So welcome everybody to the live stream. We've now officially started live streaming Scorton across the world. So wave if you're not meant to be here and you're bunking off work, make sure you hide. So if you're joining us on the stream, hello, good evening. The stream is scheduled for the Euro Cup class later on this evening, but we've started the stream early, so fans at home that want to see the British Championship can. As soon as we've got ready, we've started it now just before the limited pro stock, so welcome along for the stream. Those people at home, hello. We'll keep you informed as to what's going on with the British Championship as well as the Euro Cup a little later on. So we're starting now. Starting for those that have just joined on the stream, those that have been here for a while, we've been going for a while, but we're now moving on to the limited pro stock class. Barry remembers it as the under 401. We changed the name because the 401 changed, that's why, Barry. So first one to the line is Mr. Stuart Nobler. On his machine he calls Red Mist, so let's see what he can do. That'll be the turbo then. So as I explained a little earlier, and those on the stream, as I explained last week in Germany, each and every tractor, the first one to the line is the test puller. That's not only for us, the track team, for also the sledge team and the promoter and everybody else that's involved, just to double check that we're happy with how everything is set. So Stuart is classed as the test puller. So that does give him a slight disadvantage that he may do a really nice run, get past the checkered flag, and then the track team decide with the sledge team that we're going to change the sledge, and Stuart might then have to come back. But the bonus point of being the test puller is you can choose to accept or decline your first pull. So Stuart, of course, now can decline that pull, go back to the pits, have a look, and see if there's anything under the bonnet that he can fix. It did sound very turbo-y, so it could be a pipe, or it could be a flap, or it could be anything. But Stuart can now go away and have a look under the bonnet, and because he was test puller, he can decline that pull and he can come back 6 places later. But that does now mean, because we've not had a good run, we've not seen the sledge before, we've not know where we're at, it means the next person now is the test puller. And an easy way, a top tip, ladies and gents, instead of so you don't have to listen to me as much, although we know how much you love it, just on the side there, around just by the start line, by the 20-meter mark, I think. Yes, there's a blue flag flapping in the wind. That blue flag is what's called the test puller flag. So when the blue flag is in the ground and stood up and flapping in the wind, that indicates to everybody that we are still in test puller conditions. So you don't have to be told, you don't have to be reminded. The flag is there, and if you didn't look at the flag and say you didn't know, well, it's your own silly fault. That's the long and short of it. So that's the clue. I don't really have to wait for anybody in the track team to radio me to tell me. If the flag stays in, then we're still in test puller conditions. So we've called the next one, and here it comes. It was going to be Its Only Tickets, but this is not Its Only Tickets. This is Mustang Sally, Mike Stainton at the wheel. So another Fordson Major. We've seen a few Fordson Majors. Another one by outward appearance. It's actually got a Ford cargo engine under the bonnet. That's allowed because cargos were in Fordsons at one point. So you're allowed to run that engine in the Fordson Major. So as I said, he's still our test puller. But we wait for 2 green flags down the track. We've got them. We're ready to rock and roll. Let's see what the old Major of Mike can do. And that's a full pull for him. So sledge is set, tractors are in competition. The blue flag has been removed from the start line, ladies and gents. Barry and Stefan and the sledge team doing a nice setting. Not pulled these Superfons Limited Pros for a long time. So Barry was just here asking which one's a good one, which one, where should it be, is that a good setting? So I'll give him a thumbs up and we're good to go. And we'll bring on the next one. So we bring on the next one, and the next one to the line Should be the Tom, is it Tom Webster driving? Tom Webber on the hard work. This is a Ford machine. Again, the limited Pro stocks. They're very similar to the big Pro stocks you see all over Europe. The only difference is the cubic capacity. And that's a full pull for him. So we bring on the next one, another Fordson Major. This one is called Giles Mostyn at the wheel of the machine he calls the G-Force. You see wife Charlie there helping him get back to the line. Again, another one that's spent the winter months spannering away, changing some settings. Well, Giles is often on the top step or on the podium, shall we say. So one to watch. And we've seen two get out the far end. Past that checkered flag, past that 100-meter mark. So can Giles do the same? We're about to find out. Here we go. And took it out the end in fine style, did Giles. Well done. So we bring on the next one. Now, is it Dave Pickup driving? Is it? No, it's not. Who? It's Jimmy. Jimmy's not. It says Dave on my list. Jimmy's driving. On the Lancashire Bomber, again another Fordson major by outward appearance. So again, these are a limited pro stock, only in the UK, these tractors. If you joined us on the stream, hello. This is a class that's really only big, shall we say, in the UK. They are a carbon copy of the rule books of the big pro stocks. The only difference is the cubic capacity. So let's see what the Bomber can do. And that's another full pull. So we've got quite a full class, quite a few more left to run here, and 4 full pulls so far. So it's looking like we're going to have a fairly big pull-off for these limited pro stocks. And this is the man that took the championship last year. He was your reigning British champion, Jamie Humphries on the Blue Wicked. So I spoke to him earlier in the pits, and of course he wants to retain his title. So as I said, this is the one that they all want to catch. This was our champion last year in the BTPA Championship. So he needs to get past that checkered flag and get himself in amongst the current 4-way pull-off. Oh, way up. That's not what we want to see, is it? Where was the whoosh? We were talking about the whoosh earlier, Pascal. Where were you? What did he say? What are you talking about, Tom? So he builds the boost pressure. Just taking his time, look. But you can see the smoke's going that grey colour instead of going thicker black. And that always indicates bad times. Sometimes they can make it clear its throat, shall we say, and make it do. But very often, once they've started doing this, it's hard for them to get away from the line. Oh, is he going to get it to go? No, he's not. So he left the line. Is he now entitled to his second bite of the cherry, I think? Oh, that was his second attempt. There you go, Joe. Thank you, Joe, from the start line. So disappointing start for the season for the man that's trying to retain his championship. Well, the face says it all. Jamie's not best happy, let's put it that way. So we bring our test puller back on now, Mr. Stuart Nobler. With the IH machine, he calls Red Mist. So let's see what Stuart can do on the Red Mist. And drags him down just around the checkered flag. We'll wait for the measuring tower to confirm. So a full pull confirmed from the measuring tower. So though we should see our next test puller, but I don't think they're coming back. So the next one again should be Moody Blue, but it's not. This one looks like the new machine I've not seen before. Yeah, another new machine into this class. It's a very popular class here in the UK. So as I said, in the UK, this is a very popular class. As I was saying a little earlier, it doesn't pull anywhere else, I don't think, in the world with the same limitations. Some of these limited pro stocks have travelled over to Europe and competed in the European finals for in the big pro stock class, because they qualify, they meet all the rules and other criteria. The only difference with them is the cubic capacity. They've got a lower cubic capacity than the bigger pro stocks. So as I said, this on our running order is Moody Blue, but this is not Moody Blue. I think this is the new machine called Bogged Doon, with Derek Greenhill at the wheel. So let's see what Derek can do. And again, just shuts it down right at the checker flag. We'll again wait for the measuring tower to confirm as we watch the replay. Gets locked into the track fairly early. Didn't just power the nose up as well as perhaps he'd like to have done. Maybe change some tyre pressures or move some weights next time. So as I said earlier, we are watching the British Championship currently on the stream, and here today at Scorton with the BTPA. Do give us a like and a follow on the socials. And if you're interested in this event, we are the UK Truck and Tractor Pull. Again, find us online. So full pull confirmed from the measuring tower for the bog down. So I apologise, I got that wrong. That was not bogged down. That was its only tickets coming back because it was our second test puller. It's because it's a new tractor, I forgot. I didn't recognise it. I'm so sorry, everybody. I got it wrong. It's been known once or twice for me to get things wrong. Just don't tell my wife I admitted it. So this one now is the Moody Blue. So we're back to running order as we should. Again, my fault, I apologise. Ed Greaves at the wheel of the Moody Blue. So let's see what the Moody Blue can do. We've had a full pulls all the way through, apart from Mr. Jamie Humphries on the Moody Blue. So needs to get past the checkered flag. And that's a storming run. Out the end in fine style for the Moody Blue. So the next one to the line, this is the Bog Dune. Make sure you say it in that dune, because it's from Scotland, you know? Yes, that was my Welsh accent, just, yeah, very funny, ha ha. This used to be the Dark Addiction, run by local lad Chris Brown. And Derek Greenhill took ownership, I think, a few months ago. And obviously the clue's in the title. It went north of the border up to Scotland. We've not seen it run here since the new owner took ownership, shall we say. I think it has pulled up in Scotland. But let's see what it can do here at Scorton. Like I say, we've had a plethora of full pulls so far in the limited pro stocks. So needs to get past the checkered flag if he wants to get himself in the pull-off. Well, here we go. Let's see what he can do. Was fighting against the white line as he was hard on the brake. All these tractors are fitted with independent brakes, so that's how they steer when they're going down the track. It would be hard on the left-hand brake to slow that wheel down, to bring him back into the straight and narrow, into the confines of the track. And then as soon as he sort of straightened up, the engine made a very different noise than it should have done. I think the boost pressure dropped and everything just stopped doing like it should, and shut it down around the 85-meter mark. We'll wait for the measuring tower to confirm. 83.50, 83.50 for the bog down. So another one, another blue one to the line. And it's time for the blue donkey now. This one owned by John Pye, or we nicknamed him Wingnut many years ago. And if he takes his helmet off, you'll know why. He's got big ears. He's got big sticky out ears. He knows we call it him. It's not offensive, don't worry. Now, John's had some really good success with this tractor. When he gets it to run, it can run really, really well and be on the podium. But then again, he can always seem to have some teething problems. He's another one that's had this tractor in a million pieces over the winter months, doing some upgrades, and had some major problems with his fuel pump. 2 days ago, 3 days ago, the fuel pump wasn't running right. The elements in the pump weren't correct. Lots of things weren't just happy. So fingers crossed they've sorted the problem with the big fuel pump. They were swapping pumps from Jamie's tractor onto John's and doing all sorts of trickery to try and improve fault find. But fingers crossed they've got it running right, because he needs a full pull if he wants to fight to be on the top step here at Scorton this afternoon. So let's see what Wingnut can do. Doesn't just sound right, does it? So again, as I explained earlier, each and every tractor gets 2 attempts to leave the line. We used to say this is allowed the second bite of the cherry, and this will be his second attempt. So we've got 2 green flags. Can John make it go this time? Here we go, Wingnut. Nope, it's not going to go. And that, unfortunately, will be just hook points today for John. So just 2 left to run in this first round of pulling, and we've had a lot of full pulls. So the next one is hit and miss, and then we'll see local lad Matt Harpley. Rob Horton at the wheel of the hit and miss is the next one to the line. This is our only Massey Ferguson in this class. Now this machine's fitted with an old-fashioned multi-power. These old Masseys were all fitted with a multi-power, which means you can go up or down half a gear while on the move without touching the clutch. And sometimes that feature is used here in pulling. Rob sometimes uses that feature. Not every time, but we shall see 2 green flags down the track for the old Massey. So let's see what he can do. Can he get near past this checkered flag? Indeed he can, that's a full pull for him. So a full pull confirmed from the measuring tower for the hit and miss, with 1 left to run, and then we're straight into the pull-off. So well done, Rob. Good run. So this is local lad Matt Harpley at the wheel of the Midnight Mistress. Now Matt works for Woodacre Park Farms, and that is where you are based. Well, you're actually at Woodacre Lodge Farm, but you are. This is where we are. Matt is one of the mechanics for the business here that Dan and Paul and Craig run. Matt will come out and fix your machine if you need it fixing, and drives around in a lovely van that's got a picture of the tractor pullers on the back. So it couldn't be any nearer to home really for Matt. So let's see what he can do. Again, needs a pull up, needs a full pull if he wants to get in the pull off. Well, that's him away. And it's a full pull. So again, a full pull confirmed from the measuring tower. That does conclude the limited Pro Stocks first round of pulling, and we're not going to do a break. We're not going to let them. There's plenty of tractors in them, so the first one's had a good enough a time to cool down. So we're just going to see the Super Sport class, but we've only one here today. So we've officially finished this class now. We're now on to the 3.6 ton Super Sport class. Mats, you're looking stressed. I'm very nervous. So we've, like I said, we've just concluded the limited Pro Stock class. Before we run into the pull-off, we're just going to run the single 3.6 ton Super Sport that we have here with us. We're scheduled to run two, a new one, Revolution, but that one hasn't made it in time. So the only one we have here this weekend is the No Idea. Now from the same team that we've just seen run the Midnight Mistress team. They have 3 tractors now, there's Freddie, Matt and the team. So we're going to see 2 of them run now, and hopefully we'll see their new one, which is a limited Super Stock. Hopefully we'll see that run a little later on. Mr. David Jones and Mr. Willem Velthausen have been tinkering away all morning on it, hopefully getting it sorted for the team. But in the meantime, we will now see the No Idea 3.6 Super Sport class. Tractor only one here this weekend, so he's on the end of the limited Pro Stock. So let's see what Freddie can do on the No Idea. So he got a bounce on, but he's clever enough to know that if he stops before the 2 white flags, he can be towed back to the start line and have a second bite of the cherry. Sorry, I was misinformed. It's not Freddie driving, it's Jamie. They've all got new fancy fire suits that they look the part, but now you struggle to tell them apart. This is Jamie Fleming now at the wheel, not Freddie. Freddie will be saving himself, getting all stressed and worried about driving the new one in a bit. Don't worry, Freddie, you'll be fine. So we get 2 green flags. As I said, it's Jamie, not Fleming on board. Jamie, not Freddie on board. And that's a full pull for him. So again, thank you if you've just joined us on the stream, and thank you if you've joined us, of course, here live. We are live now across the world. Don't sound too excited, everybody, will you? You don't care, do you? We're here. They're not. Sodom, he says. So as I said, thank you for joining us. Currently we are, if you've just tuned in, or if you've been at the bar and you've forgotten what we're doing, we have completed the limited pro stock class. We are now putting extra weight in the sledge to make it more difficult to pull. We've seen Jamie be the first one to get it to go in second. That was why Jamie was struggling to leave the line, because he was trying a different gear than normal. Well done, Jamie. So we're adding extra weight into the Belgium sledge in order to stop the limited pro stocks before they pass that 100-meter mark. But as we all know, or if you don't know, I'm about to tell you, once we get into pull-off conditions, we'd give ourselves an extra 10 meters grace. That just in case somebody does the pull of their life and just gets past that 100-meter mark, we don't want them to then have to run again. Because that's then what we call a super pull-off. We don't really want that. So we just give ourselves an extra 10 meters. So sometimes the tractors can stop 98, 99, hopefully. Sometimes they stop at 101, 102. And in theory, once they pass the 110, Steve will give them the red flag. But we're not new at this tractorpulling game, and if they're just ever so slightly creeping past 110, and Steve knows we don't really want a super pull-off, he will let them just keep going ever so slightly and maybe stop at 112 or 113. Officially we stop at 110, but we just bend that rule ever so slightly. There's plenty of runoff here at Scorton, so we will let them just creep that extra distance. If they're coming at Steve at 100 mile an hour, he's going to stop them at 110, because they're not going to stop, are they? So that's where we're at now with pull-off conditions, just so you know. So you'll notice the checkered flag has been removed, and wherever the first one stops, the checkered flag will go in, and then everybody knows roughly, it's not an exact science, the checkered flag, we just eyeball it and stab it in. And the first one to the line is the Mustang Sally. He was the first one to make the into the pull-off, so we run now in the order that they qualified, not the running order. Obviously we've had red mist and it's only tickets get out the far end, get past that 100-meter mark, but in the pull-off we run in the order that they qualified. So the first one to try their luck to see how far they can get will be Mike Stainton on the Mustang Sally. So let's see what Mr. Mike Stainton can do. As I said, he's going to set the distance, the bar, the one that all the rest of them will have to catch. What can the old Fortune Major do? Here we go. And drags him down roughly around the 72, 73 metre mark, but we'll wait for the measuring tower. So as we watch the replay, pick the nose up into the air, straight away, was fighting with the steering wheel to try and keep it in the straight. And it is just running a little bit rough. Here at the end, it's knocking ever so slightly. So we've got a green light from the measuring tower. The towback tractor's that tall, it can't read the laser when the towback tractor's in the way. So we just get hard work backed up. As I said, this is the hard work. We've seen Mike Stainton's pull. Now it's time for the hard work, Tom Webber at the wheel. Again, a newish machine to the BTPA pull-in. So it's just taking a minute or two to get him backed up to the sledge, but it looks like we're ready to go. Checker flag roughly shows where the front of the sledge stopped for our previous man, Mustang Sally. So let's see what the hard work can do. And drags it down 10 metres further, shuts down around the 80 metre mark. And again, let's watch the replay. Comes up, locks into the track really quick. Watch, there he goes, but got a bit of a rock and a roll on, a bit of a bounce. But once he'd settled down, it was all power until the end. So a good run from the hard work as he takes his leave back down the toe back lane. We bring on the next one. And it's the Giles Mostyn on the G-force. So let's bring on Giles Mostyn on the G-force. Here we go, let's see what he can do. Come on, Giles. Hit the loud pedal, get on. And another just creeps past the checkered flag. We'll wait for the measuring tower to confirm. But I think it's going to be good enough to put him in the lead as we watch the replay. There, bang, straight away, powered the nose into the air. Just drifted off, but used the independent brakes to keep in the straight and narrow. And just have that extra few horsepower to keep dragging that sledge. At the end, well done, Giles. So a distance of 84 and 16, 84 and 16 for Giles, good enough for first place at the moment. Hard work was on 78.36 and Mustang Sally was 70.36. So we were getting the measurements, weren't just getting them on the screen, but we've kept a record, of course. So Giles currently in the lead with 84.16. Tom Webber on hard work currently second on 78.36. And Mike Staten currently third with 70.36. All to play for still here in this limited Pro Stock class here at Scorton. Let's see what the bomber can do. Another Old Thornton major. Can he keep it in the straight and narrow? He's got to get past this checkered flag. Hunting for this flag, look. Oh, the donkey died. The turbo wasn't spinning. And shuts down around just before the 80-meter mark. Good strong run. Possibly good enough to get him in third place, but we'll wait for the measuring tower. We watch the replay, look. He hooks into the track, bang, straight away like the bomber does. It always comes up high at the start. And then he just had to fight with the independent brakes to keep it in. And then they're here now on the box tops and he knows about it. Bang, he just runs out of pressure and couldn't keep the turbo spinning. But we'll wait for the measurement on the screen. Here we go. Good enough for third place at the moment, 77.91. 77.91 for the bomber. So we bring on the next one. And it's time for the red mist. Stuart Noblet at the wheel. We saw him be our test puller, and he couldn't leave the line. And then he came back, dropped 6 places. Came back at the end, just and so got out the far end. So let's see what he can do this time. Oh, here we go. And he's away from the line. And drags him down a little early. We'll wait for the measuring tower. So we now bring on the next one. It's only tickets. So let's see what the man can do. And he's away from the line. Here we go. And again, drags him down a little early. But again, we'll wait for the measuring tower. So a distance of 69.22, 69.22 for its only tickets. So next one to the line will be the hard work. No, it's not. It's Moody Blue. We've seen hard work already. Ed Greaves at the wheel. We saw him make a really good run in his first attempt to get in the pull-off. So let's see what he can do. 2 green flags. He's ready to rock and roll. And drags him down, but we'll wait for the measuring tower. So just 2 left now in this pull-off for the limited pro stocks. Our current leader, Giles, with 84.16 on the G-force. So that's roughly where this checkered flag is. We're off at the minute. That's off. When it's towards the red light, that's off. Yeah. Wait for the red light. It's off. So let's see what the hit and miss. Rob Huyton at the wheel. Oh, keep it in the straight and narrow. Oh. It sounds like something's broken there right at the very end. Was struggling to keep it in the confines of the white line. Hard on the independent brakes as we watch the replay. Look, he comes up really high. Could have done with a bit more front end weight on the wheelie bars. And then he's fighting with the tractor all the way to keep it in between the white lines. And then just at the end there, you see the little pop of flame. There's something just doesn't sound 100% correct under the bonnet. But a distance of 72.32, 72.32 for the hit and miss. Not far enough to trouble the top 3 at the moment. So yet again, I remind you, hello if you're on the stream and you're watching us. Hello if you're at Scorton. We are currently in the BTPA Championship for the limited pro stock pull-off. And we've got some more classic BTPA classes to pull. And around 7:30, 7:45, we'll be starting with the Euro Cup Light Modified. That's UK time. If you're watching abroad, we're on proper time here. Greenwich Marine Time, that's the one in the middle. Everybody else is wrong, aren't they? Yeah, all right, fine. So UK time around 7:45, we should see the light modified class for the Euro Cup. And then we'll turn to ETPC mode, because we're currently in BTPA mode. So the last one in competition will be our own Matt Harpley. As I explained earlier, he lives here. Does Mr. Harpley? He mechanics in that shed. So got it all to do. Can he get past the checkered flag and take the win away from Giles Mostyn? This is the last one to pull in the class. Giles currently stands on the top step. It just struggled to leave the line, did the Midnight Mistress on his first run, but Matt got it to go. Can he get it to go this time? Oh, it's not looking good. No, I think that could be it. Yeah, so as the towback tractor picks Mr. Harpley up, disappointing on his home pull. He'd have liked to have at least attempted to get to this checkered flag. So can I have for presentation Ed Greaves? Can I get Giles Mostyn? And I also need Tom Webber, I think. Yes. Tom Webber, Giles Mostyn, and Edward Greaves. Down the far end for presentation, please, as quick as you can, please, gentlemen. And as per last time, look, we've got one tractor that is now not in competition. We saw Wingnut not be able to leave the line, but as it's basically one of his home pulls, he's asked if he can just hook at the end of the class, which we've allowed him to do. So this is not for competition. What? Liam Wellings, if you can hear my voice. Liam Wellings, can you come and see me, please? Liam Wellings, can you come to see me? So here we go. Let's see what Wingnut can do. Like I said, not for competition. I don't think it's gonna go. So we just need for presentation, we'll have Ed Greaves, Giles Mostyn, and Tom Webber. Yes, I was looking at my page. So as I explained earlier, ladies and gents, we're carrying on with the BTPA Championship. We've got some limited super stocks, and then the big super stocks, and then at 7:30, 7:45, we will start with the Euro Cup, the ETPC Light Modified Euro Cup. And for those at home on the stream, that's UK times I'm talking. I can see what Darren's doing. Hey, very clever, Darren. You think it's still the pump? You think it's still the pump?
Yeah, I don't think there's no fuel in it.
No, I don't. So, as I said, folks, we will present the prizes for the limited super stocks that were limited pro stocks. Sorry, we've just seen. Then we'll see some limited super stocks, then some big super stocks, and then around that sort of time, 7:30, 7:45 UK time, we will see the ETPC light modifieds. Then after that, we're going to have some truck pulling, a couple of modified demos, and finish the day off with some more truck finale. Okay, and here comes Craig finally, and we can do some presentating. Yes, yes, yes. So we'll present the prizes for the limited pro stock class. We've just seen this class was sponsored by FT Buildings, but Fred is really busy, he's about to pull. So finishing in third place, 78 meters 36, Tom Webber on the hard work. We're just presenting, can we hang fire please? We're presenting, can we hang fire? And finishing in second place, 81 and 57, Ed Greaves on the Moody Blue. And finishing in first place, 84 meters 16, Giles Mostyn on the G-Force. Well done, Giles. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for your limited pro stock winners. Well done, chaps. Thank you, everybody, for your jump down. That was great. And we're going to move swiftly on now to the limited super stock class. And the first one to the line in this limited super stocks. So we're now going to move, like I said, onto the limited super stocks. These are very similar to a pro stock machine. The one key difference is they're running on methanol fuel rather than diesel fuel. One turbocharger allowed under the bonnet, and as I said, running on the methanol fuel instead of the diesel that we would be accompanied to, seeing these machines run on. And we've 4 tractors here from the UK this weekend. We're a Brutus Thunderstruck, the Bad Idea, the 50/50, and the Ultimate Deer. Now, one of those is a brand new machine. The Thunderstruck from Stephen Charles has been around for a while. There we go. And we get him strapped in and ready to go. So we get 2 green flags. And got a cough in the turbo and shut it down. So we saw Mr. Stephen Charles not get a very good run on his inaugural pass. See, that's Germany last weekend, calling them passes. But he was the test puller, and as we explained earlier, if you are the test puller in the class, you can choose to accept or decline your pull. So the next tractor will still be the test puller. Michael, is the blue flag in? So as we didn't get a proper distance, a proper measurement, to see how the sledge was performing, this next tractor will still be test puller. And it's the 50-50. Young Luke Waygood at the wheel. And quite unique to have a Valtra limited superstock pulling here with us. Now this machine's been around a few seasons. Andy Waygood used to be in the sport of pulling years ago, and then Luke now has come on board and they run this limited superstock, and they've never just managed to get it to run to its full potential, and they're hoping this season they've turned things around. So as I said, I had quite a few problems with it last season, so hopefully over the winter month they've ironed out the problems in this machine. We've got 2 green flags. He's still test puller, remember, so he has that to his advantage. And a good run for him, drags him down roughly around the 90-meter mark. As we watch the replay, got locked into the trap, picked the nose up look. And when the box stopped, he knew about it and drags him down. And a distance of 90 meters and 39 centimeters, 90 meters 39. Good. Good getting there, yeah, yeah. So we've 2 left to run. We've the brand new machine called Bad Idea and the machine of the Howarth family called Ultimate Deer. And here comes the Ultimate Deer. Bad Idea must have dropped to the bottom of the class, and I can see its bonnet still up as well, which is not a good sign. So it looks like this will be Kevin driving because Jade's here on the sideline. Kevin Howarth at the wheel of the Ultimate Deer. A few years ago, Kevin stood on the podium of the European Championships with this tractor. So got the potential to be one of the best in Europe. I believe it's had a new turbocharger fitted, and we can see our friends from Belgium are backing up Kevin. They were up there day before yesterday helping the team fit the new turbocharger. Mad Max team, no stranger to working on methanol-powered machines. So he's got 90 meters to beat, 90 meters 39 centimeters to beat if he wants to steal the lead away from Luke Waygood. He needs to get backed up to the sledge first. So let's see what he can do. Like I said, it's had a full engine rebuild, so sometimes it'll be a whole different driving game for him maybe when he's starting to leave the line. We've 2 green flags now, we're ready to go. Let's see what Kevin can do. Wasn't just running at its full potential. You could hear the RPMs of the tractor not just correct as he left the line. The RPMs dumped down, but he kept the throttle in the kitchen. And the RPMs came back up towards the 50-meter mark. As we watch the replay there, you can see, doesn't really pick its nose up, doesn't do the business, and then all of a sudden, around about now, the RPMs shot back up. And drags him down, and we'll get the measurements in a moment. Good enough to steal the lead currently, I think, from Luke. Yes, 93.42, 93.42 for the Ultimate Deer. So here comes the brand new machine of the Bad Idea. Freddie Dewhurst at the wheel. A brand new tractor just been built. Now, parts of the engine in this new Bad Idea came from the Danish tractor Little Bjorn. That tractor stepped up to big superstock this year, and a lot of the parts have ended up coming over to the UK, and this will be the first time it's ever hooked to a sledge. It's not been an easy ride for the team. They've been spannering all day. They've had two of the top superstock men in Europe helping them spanner on it. Mr. Willem Veldhuizen from the Netherlands, there he is, side of the track. Mr. David Jones from Just Smoky have both been helping the team all day, changing settings and hopefully getting it to run as it should. Now, Freddie, no stranger to driving a tractor. He normally drives the No Idea, but we gave that to Jamie today. And now we're going to bring Freddie on with the Bad Idea, but the bonnet's open already, and that's not a good sign. So it looks like the engine's died on the start line, so we're just going to bring the starter motor over and get him fired back up. And then we'll see what he can do in a moment. So we're just going to give the team a little longer. Perhaps then they won't be pulling for points. The timer is still running. They do have officially 3 minutes, but now because they're the end of the class, they're the last one in the class, they do actually get an extra 3 minutes. So that's more rules and regulations for you. You are allowed 3 minutes to come to the line and attempt to make your pull, as we said a little earlier. But if you're last in the class and you have a technical problem, you would normally be able to drop 6 places if you have a technical problem. But if you're last in the class, you can't drop any places. So the 3 minute rule then gets extended to 6 minutes to give the team a little bit of extra time to see if they can get things going. So reports from the start line is that it's stalled and they can't get it to restart. So they're going to get it out of the way and see if they can fix it and come back, not for points later on. In the meantime, we bring our test puller back, Mr. Stephen Charles on the Brutus Thunderstorm. Thunderstruck, sorry. So we saw him earlier and he only got to 32 meters and 91. So we'll see now, can Mr. Charles do a better job than his previous run? Here we go. Oh, big let go at the end. Or did he shut off? We'll wait for the replay and we'll have a look. So let's watch the replay. Look at that, locked into the track instantly. Then got a bit of a cough and a splutter on, then it came back. And then right at the very end, he'd sailed past the checkered flag. There was a little pop of flame, wasn't there, out the exhaust, out the front? Possibly a backfire. Robbie or Jack, can you get the white liner, please? Robbie or Jack, can you get the lime out the back of the van? Thank you. And a distance of 100 meters and 55 centimeters. 100 meters and 55. Good enough to take the win here this afternoon for the limited Superstock class. Can I get for presentation, please? Stephen Charles, Luke Waygood, Kevin Howarth down the far end, please. A bit more beans. Stephen Charles, Luke Waygood, sorry, Kevin Howarth down the far end for presentation. And we'll present the limited super stocks in a moment. So we've got a couple of test runs, a couple of demo runs, first round of the super stocks, and then we're going to be into light modified Euro Cup. So everybody don't get too excited. This isn't light modified Euro Cup yet. Everybody on the stream at home, although it is a light modified tractor. So this is the Paces. There you go. The Paces team's brand new light modified machine that isn't competing in the Euro Cup. It'll be competing in the BTPA Championship tomorrow, but because it's a brand new tractor, they've asked if they can have a test hook today before they pull for points. So as I just trying to explain, this will be a test run for the brand new machine. Now for those who follow the sport well, they'll have seen this build on the social media. Ellie's very good at getting the social media going. So this is actually one of the old Bobcat chassis. Mark sold the old yellow chassis for On the Limit. And they've changed it now to a Bobcat chassis. And the Chevys are now sat side by side instead of being stair-stepped, with a cross box between them. So again, not Euro Cup, not for points. This is a test run. But again, watch your ears, folks. This one will make them rattle. And this will be the first time we've seen it. Ellie did give us a sneak peek on social media earlier on this afternoon. Well, this is its first time in the public domain. And it certainly looks the part. Nice job by the team. So like I say, a test run. Again, we saw Paul earlier do a test run. We don't know if she's going to light it up and keep it lit up all the way out the end, or whether once they've got enough data, she'll shut off around the 30-40 meter mark. But we will see. My guess is she'll shut off, but we'll see. Like I say, just a test run so they can get some data. So brand new machine. Let's see what it can do for the On the Limit. Here we go. Well, Ellie thought she was going about 20 meters, and then Mark told her to hit the loud pedal again. So yeah, as I guessed, just a bit of data gathering now for the team. They can go away and check the computer and get some data ready for tomorrow's run. So folks, that concludes the demo run from the On the Limit. Like I said, they've got some data now. There's still some bugs to iron out in the engines, Ellie's saying. So they've got tomorrow now and this evening to go through it and sort it out. We have 2 super stocks to run. That'll be the UK super stocks, which will be David Jones and the Red Alert. And then we'll be into light modified Euro Cup action. Mars, if you can hear my voice, we need you please, Mars. So as we're about to start the ETPC Euro Cup class, we've got 2 super stocks to run. Then we're going to start the ETPC Euro Cup. If you fancy following the ETPC whole series, obviously you'll have seen it here. And the UK guys that are here on site, the next time you can see a Euro Cup event is at Great Eccleston if you want to stay in the UK. Or if you want, on Friday, you can travel all the way to Sweden. And there's some heavy modifieds and super stocks in Sweden on Friday next week. And we will be live streaming that also. So every Euro Cup event is now live streamed for free, courtesy of the ETPC. So if you're liking what you're seeing on the stream today, you watch us again. If you like what you've seen tonight and you want to watch it next Friday, sat at home on the living room with a beer, you can just give the YouTube channel a follow, subscribe and ring the little bell. Sound like Tom Pemberton when I say that. Those that know. Yeah, so do give us a subscribe on the YouTube channel, which is just search for the ETPC. And you'll be able to ring the bell, and then when we go live, your phone will bing bong and tell you are live. And if you fancy following the socials for the ETPC, just give a search for the European Tractorpulling Committee. And we are on all the socials, the Facebook, the Instagram, everything else you can think of. Just haven't managed to get on TikTok yet. So in a moment's time, I'm going to be joined by my fellow commentator, Eric. Come all the way from Marder. Eric and his cousin, Johan, put on the Marder Power Weekend. He's kindly joined us this weekend to help me. As Daniel put it, I've got you some help. I said, I don't need any help. Well, it's Eric. Oh, he can come, I said. He's all right, he can come. So Eric's going to help us out when we do the light modifiers. He's probably going to join in with these super stocks because he makes no secret of telling everybody super stocks are Eric's favourite class. He loves the super stocks. And also these are 2 super stocks that Eric doesn't get to watch go down the track very often. Jonesy goes and competes in the European Championships, but doesn't really compete in Europe. And we don't see Red Alert out that much in Europe anymore. So Eric will be excited to see these 2 British super stocks run in a moment's time when we get the Belgium sledge weighted up ready for action.
I'm sure of that. Thank you, Tom, for being here. It was a big introduction who I didn't hear at all, but well, I'm very proud that Daniel and Paul asked me to help here at their event, at the BTPA event of Scorton. I'm Eric, and as Tom told, I'm involved in the Power Weekend in Maden. I see a lot of European tractors out there, but I was never on this pool, and I'm excited. This is a really, really good event side. Sorry for my English. I'm used to talk Dutch, so I'm not an English-speaking person, but I try to explain as what I can.
I always say you're better in English than I am at Dutch, so that'll be all right.
Thank you, but if I say something wrong, please tell me and I learn with it then.
They'll take the mick out you, don't worry. We're in Northern England here, they'll take the mickey out if you say something wrong, Eric. But all in good faith, everybody.
And do we still have a good mood here in Scorton? Let's you hear. Okay, that's what I like to hear. We're gonna do a very good class of light modifieds here on the track later on. This is power.
So as I said, if you're at home watching on the stream, hello and welcome. You may have just tuned in because you know the light modifiers are about to start. 7:45 is the time they're scheduled to start, and we're trying to keep that time scale. So when you've tuned in at home, you're watching. Hello, I'm Tom, this is Eric. We're going to be your hosts and compares for the rest of the evening. We've just got two British Superstocks to run down the track. Then we will start with the Euro Cup light modifiers. Now, we've already had 2 rounds. This is round number 3. They had 2 rounds last 2 weekends ago in Germany, in a town called, now you have to be very careful in England when you say this word, in Fuchsdorf. Yes. You can easily get that wrong after 3 pints, ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you that. So, and our own Mr. Daniel Whittingham on Aftermath Unleashed currently stands top of the leaderboard. We're joint first with Green Monster, but Daniel's officially top because he was the last one to place first, if that makes sense. It's still a long way to go yet. This is only the 3rd round. There's a round at Eric's Pulling Marder, there's a round in Putten, there's quite a round in Denmark, there's a lot more rounds to go, but we are round number 3, and of course our local man, and the tractor lives in that shed there, wants no better to try and keep that lead as we finish in an hour or two's time.
Of course, and I've seen the track all day, and it's getting better and better and better every run, so we think they can use the power here on this track very good.
Yeah, when they took the sheets off this morning, we had a lot of rain overnight and they sheeted it up, and I think some of the rain had got underneath, so it had gone a bit soft, hadn't it? And we looked at it at the first pull and was a little bit, ooh, and Mario's been saying, are you sure this track, but with the wind and the sun and the more tractors that run on it, the track has got better and better, hasn't it, Eric?
And of course, the enthusiasm of the audience helps to get the track better, so be there, be there.
Indeed, indeed.
This was some Dutch.
So our DJ Simon's taken his cue and he's now playing Dutch Donk. Oh yeah, let's do the presentation. So just before we bring the super stocks on, we'll present the prizes for the limited super stocks that we saw just earlier. Finishing in 3rd place with 90 meters, 39 centimeters, Luke Waygood on the 50-50. Come on, Luke. And finishing in 2nd place with 93 meters, 42 centimeters, Kevin Howarth on the Ultimate Deer. Well done, Kevin. This class was sponsored by Windmill Animal Farm. And finishing in 1st place, 101 meters, Stephen Charles, Brutus Thunderstruck. Well done, Stephen. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners of your limited super stocks. Well done, chaps. Thank you. Sorry I kept you waiting. I got talking. So for people at home, and remind you that we've got 2 super stocks to run. Then we're into the ETPC light modifieds. And the first one, as I said, Eric will be excited to see this tractor run. He loves his super stocks. This is the Red Alert machine, driven by Jeff Ashcroft. Been in the sport of pulling, super stock pulling for a very long time, as this tractor was one of the first between Peter and Willem, who's here, the first ones to convert from diesel to methanol fuel many years ago. And has been around the circuit for a long time. This is an old cast tractor, as we would say, not a component. But so let's see what Jeff can do. Can he get anywhere past his checkered flag? Come on, Jeff Ashcroft, on the Red Alert, here we go. Well, here we don't go. Come on, Jeff, what we're doing? Oh, donkey's died. I think that could be it. The Red Alert does have all sorts of teething problems getting it to leave the line. Now again, he is test puller. We've only got 2 tractors here, but it's still officially a points championship, so he can choose to decline the pull and come back later, but he has to come after David Jones, as he can't wait. So let's see if it's a simple fixed problem or if it's something a bit more terminal. Jeff normally gives us a bit of a commentary as he comes past us, so we'll see in a moment. Well, by the looks of the way Jeff's got towed straight back into the pits, that sort of indicates that he thinks he can fix it. So he's going to get backed up. We'll bring Mr. David Jones on. I can hear him running. Now this machine has had a whole new turbocharger set up on, a new engine block. All sorts of newness is going on under the bonnet. All in the hunt of extra horsepower. We saw Mr. Jones compete in the European Championships in the Netherlands last year. And he was quite happy he managed to mix it up with some of the top guys, but definitely wanted to get a little further down the track. So in the hunt for extra horsepower, it's got a different turbocharger set up under the bonnet.
Yep, still works with the brand Long, the Glen Long now. Engines, technology, so maybe a few hundred horsepower more as last year at this moment. Tractor looking very sharp as always, looking sharp on the tires.
And these runs here in the UK will stand him in good stead, because at August Bank Holiday weekend, we've got the best of the best super stocks coming over to pull, and no doubt Mr. Jones will be there and want to not pull in the Euro Cup officially, but he'll tag on the end of the class, and just would like to see how he competes against the top super stocks in Europe. So let's see what he can do. We've got the GoPro turned on. The chain is tight, nearly. Come on, Jonesy, tighten the chain. Head trap Marshall Joe at the start line indicates he's happy. Thumbs up. We get 1, 2 green flags down the track. We are all ready, as we say, to rock and roll. Here we go, Scorton. Here we go, everybody at home. Ready for the Just Smoky. Oh, commentator's kith of death, isn't it? So if we'll see the replay in a sec. Here we go with the replay. Watch the screen. He lights it up. There we go, doing the business. And then there, that little puff of grey smoke. And as soon as that grey smoke just puffed out the exhaust, about 5 meters into the run, the tone of the engine changed, everything was different, and it wasn't running like it should. But David will go away and get some data. So a disappointing distance of 32 and 30. 32 and 30 for the Just Smoking machine, and we await to see if the red alert can come back before we move on to the light modified Euro Cup.
We'll see the Belgium sled backing up, so I guess the blue sled will come up for the light modifieds then.
So as I explained a little earlier, ladies and gents, we are now officially move over from BTPA being in charge, shall we say. Now Mario and the team, they become in charge. And here comes Tom, good name, N Flagman. And as I said earlier, we are happy that the new Terminator sledge from the UK, from the performance sledging team, has applied for its gold license, so it can pull Euro Cups. And part of that gold licensing is it has to show the ETPC that he is good enough and can do the job. So the ETPC are here not only to run the Euro Cup event, but also to just check that the performance sledge team can perform, hey, how they should do. But we know this sledge can stop light modifieds. We've seen it stop and perform very well with Aftermath Unleashed when it's been British Championships. But the sledge team will be under a little bit of pressure as well now. They've just got to show their wares. And of course, now we move on to the Alliance Euro Cup. Alliance is the headline sponsor for the ETPC Euro Cup Championship. So what happens now is once we're happy with the track, we will move the graders and rollers away from the track, and all the drivers are then allowed time to come onto the track to podge. We love a bit of podging. So they can check the track and feel where they perhaps want to set the sledge. So we're just going to be a few moments time now where we get ready to go. So to me that looks like track is now prepared. Mario will put the orange flag in, and then the teams will be allowed to walk the track in a moment's time. Okay. Right, Michael. Off. Fine, and they can...
So you know the Baila song too here in Great Britain. Oh, keep it up for later on in the class. So now there's the moment that the teams can check the track. They can check where they're gonna ride the track. They have, I think, 5 minutes for that.
So as we said, it's podging time. Everyone's allowed a podge. And there we see Patrick from the Gators team just having a little podge. We'll ask him, we'll catch him, look. Once he's finished podging, we'll talk to him. Yeah, you don't need to do any pass here, Patrick. You'll be stopped, don't worry. You're not going that far, Patrick.
Patrick's going for the floating finish. So you know Dutch songs too. Ho, ho, ho.
So our test puller, our first one to the line, will be the Rocket Science. Now this one is running a single engine. It's taken from a DAF truck. 2 turbochargers, running on methanol fuel.
Jack Steiner from the south part of the Holland behind the wheel. John up front now. And Casper on the track also. The winner of the Euro Cup last year. So there are some expectations, but they have a hard time to keep the DAF together. Bearings are having a hard time in the engine, so they changed them already 2 times this year.
So we get 2 green flags. He's going to be our test puller. Let's see what he can do. And that's a full pull.
So, first time on the track, Euro Cup in Scorton. Do I hear you? Beep, 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 beep. Yes! Marvelous run of this rocket science machine. Really good sledge settings, really good sledge settings of the blue sledge here. Great, great, great to see.
So, as Eric said, a really nice sledge setting from the Terminator team. We'll wait for official confirmation once Mario and the boys. Full pull. But a full pull confirmed from the measuring tower.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Mario, our coordinator here for the pull, he says, well, that was a very, very good pull of rocket science. So he has a full pull, and a full pull stands because that's important. Maybe.
So I'm here with Jack. Eric, thank you, Jack. Lots of teething problems last weekend in Fucked Off, but really nice run. Locked in, did the business. You must be happy.
It sounded good, run was okay. I think the sled is a little on the heavy side, but yeah, that's no problem. But we still have to check the oil filter, and that's a little bit excitement.
We'll wait and see what happens in the pits. We'll let you get back. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise and a round of applause for Jack on the rocket science.
And for the rest of the pull, we're gonna make the sledge a little lighter. A little lighter, so we try to get some more speed in the pulls. So with this heavy sledge, he has a full pull. He's already into the pull-off, if he can run. But you're gonna make the sledge a little lighter.
So to confirm for everybody at home, we're gonna make the sledge a little lighter, Eric, yeah? Make it easier to pull. Like Jack said, it was a little bit on the heavy side. So here comes our home favourite, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise, ladies and gentlemen! For those at home, if you're watching at home on the stream, you can make some noise too. Come on. We want to hear you. Can we hear you all the way from the Netherlands, watching on the stream?
Here he is, the aftermath unleashed. Here he is your hero. He is the hero from Scorton. Here is Daniel Whittingham. Give him a big hand for this moment. Come on.
So as I said, currently leading the points in the Euro Cup after 2 rounds. Got it all to do, needs to get up past his checkered flag. Come on, Daniel, my friend, let's go, let's go!
Yes! And now the engine's all stalled. Give him a big applause. Hip, 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 hip. Second full pull in the class. We saw some oil leakage from the top engine, but it's just a loose nut, so there's not a big problem, just a loose nut on the engine.
Yeah, so as Eric said, a little bit of oil at the end there, just a loose fitting, nothing to worry about. Watch, watch.
That was close.
I'm not coming up. Daniel, good run, home pull. That was loud, man.
Yeah, no, it rattled my ears as well, to be fair. Good job I got my plugs in.
A little bit of oil at the end, but Eric's told everybody nothing to worry about.
Yeah, no, just I saw it going down the track. The oil filter fitting must have just come slack. The oil come loose. It come loose and sprayed some oil, so we'll nip that up and should be good to go.
Good. Well, we'll let you get back and get sorted. Ladies and gentlemen, and people at home, Dan Whittingham on the Aftermath Unleashed. So as we say, no problem for the Unleashed. Full pull confirmed from the measuring tower, a good run.
Okay, and there he goes, besides his public here. Let me hear you! Let me hear you if he comes by, because this is the man of the town at this moment. Big, big, very good full pull on the track.
So we move on now to our next competitor, all the way from Denmark. And this is the Truck Power. This is a Transmarsh machine, being converted to run on methanol fuel. And Klaus Larsen at the wheel.
It's a V12 puller, a trans-mesh. It's a very special engine. It can run on different kind of fuels, but it had to improve a few years. But I saw a few good runs this year of this.
Yeah, this year's it's had some good runs, but it's also had some bad runs at Fuchshof. He had a bit of a backfire and had to shut back, so it's been a little bit temperamental, this machine, but hopefully we can see it run well today.
Yeah, I saw him in Fredericia in Denmark early this year. A very good run there, so we hope it does here too.
So we get 2 green flags. We're ready to rock and roll. Here we go. Oh, and there's that nasty backfire. And shuts down around the 95, 99, 98 meter mark. But we'll wait for the measuring tower.
Fabulous balance in the tractor, but just that first backfire that cost him this few meters.
Yeah, exactly. Just at the start, just had a little backfire just for a second. And that cost him the valuable distance. 97 for the truck power. Good enough for 3rd place at the moment, but still some very strong tractors left to run. So as Eric said, as he was running alongside of us, that little backfire just cost him those valuable couple of meters, 97, so we only needed 2 and a bit meters more. And I think if he'd have just not had that little backfire at the start line, we'd have seen him get past the checkered flag. But hey, as they say, that's tractor pulling, ladies and gentlemen. No. So as I said earlier, folks, don't forget to follow us on the socials. We are the ETPC, the European Tractorpulling Committee. You can find us on Facebook, Instagram, and if you log on to the website tractorpulling.com, that is the mother website for all of the countries. If you're watching again at home on a stream and think, wow, I'd like to see this somewhere local to me, tractorpulling.com is the website. And you can find where all your local pulls are in all the countries around the world. You can link through to each other country's website and go from there. And also on there, you can see where the rest of the Euro Cup is. This is round number 3 for the light modifieds. And as I said, Eric and his team will be hosting a round in Marder. There's a round in Putten and all over Europe. If you want to go over Europe, Bernay in France and go and see some more Euro Cup action, you can find out more information on tractorpulling.com. And in the meantime, we're bringing on the next man, the man that sits joint first with our own Mr. Whittingham. It's the Green Monster Mitas edition. Now this is another V12 machine, Eric. Allison's on board.
Double V12 Allison's, of course. And this American fighter engines, but they're running like they were, well, like V8, so that sound is very special, and we have a lot of fans of this type of engines.
Yeah, indeed, the V12 is a very popular engine in the sport of pulling. The Green Monster team had their home pull 2 weekends ago. 15,000 people watching them, so they did really want to take on the championship.
Yeah, and you were there, eh?
I was there talking nonsense, yes, that's right. So their own fancy homemade Pro Chargers on the front, and 2 V12 Allisons. This is the one to catch. This is the one chased Mr. Daniel Whittingham all the way home last year and is your current European champion. Daniel is the Euro Cup champion. This is the European champion. So it's no mean feat. He'll be hunting for this checkered flag if ever he can here at Scorton. Are we ready for the Allison Power? Here we go.
You see the Hemi Hunter on the fenders at the back. He had to touch the brake almost 40 meters, but he let him go here. And Dirk put on a big full pull again. So I want to hear you again for Dirk Wessel. Heep, beep, beep. Thank you, very nice. It's very close to the left line, but driven very, very good. Nice and inbounds.
So we are just hearing from the pits, ladies and gentlemen, that Rocket Science is not going to come back. As Jack said, they wanted to check in the filter to see what the oil was like and maybe the bits of metal that were in the filter, because that's what they've been having all sorts of trouble with all season. The first few rounds for the Euro Cup, and they've had a couple of Dutch rounds. So they've checked in the filter, and there's quite a bit of metal, I think, in the filter. So Rocket Science is not coming back. So as Eric says on the back of the Green Monster, it says the Hemi Hunter, because there used to be hard competition against the Bobcat team and the twin Hemis. But just to the side of it, it now says, and of course, Chevys.
Yeah, lots of Chevys at the moment, yeah.
So we've seen one set of V12s run, and now we're going to see another set of V12. We've seen the Allisons, and the next to the line will be the Meteors, and here they are. Another one of our tractors that's come over from Denmark to compete in the Euro Cup.
So here he comes by. Of course, give him a big hand and have a view on those nice engines, those nice Allisons. FE edition, so electronic fuel injection on it, and it's controlled very good by computers.
The man from Denmark comes with two V12 Meteors on board. We've seen the Allisons, now it's time for the Meteors. This is the Gators. And we saw him at the last run in the Euro Cup in Germany. come high in the sky, had his balance all wrong, had to come down hard on the front axle, snapped the front axle, and also because of the rough ride it bent the rim and the tyre went flat as well. So that was unfortunately Gator's run for the weekend there at Germany. So he said the team have been working really hard to fix the tractor up, and they've got a busy week ahead. They're pulling today, then they're going to go home to Denmark, and then next Thursday, because it's a bank holiday or a public holiday in Denmark, there is a pull in Denmark, and then on Friday some of those teams are then going to Sweden to pull in Sweden at the Superstock Euro Cup.
Very busy schedule.
Oh yeah.
And you know, the USA, the States, is a very big country. But and they have a lot of pullers, but if the people see such
Just
a
how
machine,
far, yeah.
this is so special. You see it in Europe, you don't see it in the States.
Well,
here he comes.
Go with the Gators.
This is so special. These are two Rover engines, Rover tank engines, two V12s. And very special with those blowers on it. And it runs like hell. Patrick Hansen, he doesn't have off his helmet. If he does, we're gonna cheer him. Because this was a very nice run. Yep, now we can hear us. Let us hear you. Heep, beep, beep, beep. This is so marvelous. He took the right side of the track. That's where he want to go. And
Yeah, we've seen some teams pulling off to the right. He picked the left-hand side, and that proved really good.
Yeah, well, you say the left-hand side, because we think of the puller, and it's the right-hand
But
side.
I'm stood here, so it's the left-hand side.
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
It's okay. I'll see if it works here. Let's try and see. Patrick, a lovely run. You must be a happy man.
Yeah, this was nice. We was in balance. I have to brake a little, but we will find a solution for the pull-off, and I think we'll find 10% more horsepower.
Yeah, you can turn the engines up a little for the pull-off.
Yeah, I saw the first run here. It was easy for some of the tractors, so we pulled down some of the horsepower to save it, so we have a round more.
So there's more GGs under the bonnet, as we say.
Definitely, definitely.
Brilliant. We wish you luck in the pull-off.
You can't believe it, because these are really old engines. They're 80 years old, but they're built like brand new, like the best race engines you've ever seen. Gators, they all built it themselves, self-made and very powerful.
Yeah, it's all homemade, isn't it, Eric? You can't go to a V8 shop in America and say, can I please have a new piston? Can I have a new head? Can I have anything? Patrick and the team have to make every single thing on that tractor themselves.
And they do it.
Yeah, and they do a good job.
Do a very good job.
So it's time for another one of our V8 machines. So according to our schedule, we should now be seeing the Black Power from Denmark. Now, Paul and the team used to be compete in the Euro Cup for many years, and also was multiple European champion with the Black Power in the late 90s, early 2000s. Took a break out of European pulling, stayed just in the Denmark and pulled up in Denmark. But this year have decided to come back to the Euro Cup scene, and we welcome them with open arms, because the Black Power machine is a lovely tractor. 3 Chevys, just the same as Mr. Whittingham, not the quite same setup. You can see they've got 1 at the front and 2 set behind, whereas Daniel's are the other way round. But had a good run in Germany, 2 good runs in Germany. So they'll be out to pass this checkered flag if they can.
As you said, we're very happy to have them back in the European circuit because they made the nice runs, and I thought 13 times European champion in the 90s, like you said, around that time. So a very powerful team and a very nice team to have in the circuit.
So let's see, can the Black Power from Denmark, 2 green flags were about to fly. Here we go. Let's rock and roll here at Scorton.
Whoa!
And a full pull confirmed as we watch the replay. Locks into the track, picked the nose up. Looks like he didn't have to touch the brake as much as some of the others. And coasted out past the checkered flag for a full pull. Well done, the Black Power team.
And it's Hendrik Beck. Jensen on the wheel. We see Paul here besides him. But the brothers run the tractor together.
So not sure if you spotted it on the stream, but here at trackside, every tractor is being stopped just as it comes off the track, lowered onto the steel plates. They're here just as 4 steel plates to make a complete flat surface. They're lowered off the hook, and then our ETPC from the inspection team measures the drawbar height just to check everybody's playing fair and everybody's doing as they should. We don't ever think anybody's going to cheat, but if we just keep them on their toes, then they can't, can they?
Give him a hand! Paul Hage Jensen, Hendrik Beck Jensen. They go back with their machine.
Oh, you're here, look. So it's time for another one of our Dutch competitors now. We've seen the rocket science from the Netherlands. Now it's time for the Euro Bandit from the Netherlands to try and see if they can get past this checkered flag.
Built this tractor, they had a tractor for a long time, but built this tractor last year in this situation with the 2 engines across front, and they won the pulls from the first pull they had. Only one, they didn't won last year, only one. So,
and 2 weekends ago in Germany, they suffered a bit of bad luck. The blower drive snapped and the engine stopped. So they're out for death, out for this checkered flag. What can the Euro Bandit do? Come on, Mr. Koopman.
and you see that fabulous balance in this Bandit.
And as we watch a replay, locked into the track straight away, doing the business. And another one, just got a bit of a bounce on there. Just as he passed the 100-meter mark, just got a little bit of a bounce on. But had the momentum and the horsepower to drag him past that 100-meter mark.
So the helmet is off. And now he can hear you. Give a big hand to Henk Koopman. Great, thank you. With those big engines up front, those big Hemis, he did the right way.
Hank, it's so lovely to see you here in the UK again. We know how much we love coming to see you here. Thank you for joining us in the Euro Cup. Had a little disappointment in Germany 2 weekends ago, but that was a really nice run.
Yeah, of course. I thought Sunday on the second one of the double header we could we could score good points, but unluckily the main shaft of the right blower broke, so the engine switched off. Today, for now, it's not really a lucky day. We had the broken start motor. Thanks for Black Power and Daniel to borrow one of this. And yeah, it looks good, and we're going to try to kick some asses in the final.
Yeah, well, we wish you good luck. But I must say, that's the whole sport of tractor pulling, isn't it? One team is struggling, and there's two teams jumped in to help. They want to beat you on the track, but they don't want to beat you fair, don't we?
No, that's for sure. And that's what tractor pulling makes such a great sport with the competitors. And yeah, we love to do it. And yeah, thank you also for the great crowd. I forgot to say just what you mentioned. We love to come to England because of the great crowd here.
Brilliant. Well, we'll let you go and get ready for the pull-off. We wish you good luck.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tom.
Thank you, mate.
And of course, also this team can use a big hand when they come. And you can see all the pullers into the pits. You can see the engines, the great engines on it. These are the real big ones. Real big Brad Anderson engines on the Bandit. But now we go to a different one. Well, they are all different, but this is very special. We go into the Dingo, and the Dingo brothers bring their Mercedes, and they build it up very special. First, we're gonna see our old brothers on the run, and then we explain something. Finn Larsen on the wheel of Dingo, and here he comes.
Oh, a little backfire from the Dingo. But remember, everyone, we're running the same rules today as we were last weekend, 2 weekends ago in Germany. We are to the white flags. So they are allowed 2 attempts to leave the line if they haven't passed the 2 white flags that are set at 30 meters. So team now have the option to be dragged back to the start line and have a second bite of the cherry, as we say. Well, Dad used to say, so that's what I say. It's human nature, isn't it? But nothing can be done to the track. We can't bring a roller or a grader on. That's part of the rules. So if they've made a bit of a mess just there that you can see as they get dragged back, they're allowed to sort of kick it out of the way. The team members are allowed to try and move it. But no roller and grader are allowed to come back on the line. Obviously, we can see they're being dragged back to the start, so they've decided to take the option to come back. We saw a little bit of a backfire, didn't we, Eric? Something just popped.
Yeah, but I saw Finn on the tractor, and he says, well, I can do right away again. I think it should be smarter to wait for 6 places. But, well, it was his decision to go right away back. Arne, his brother, asked him twice, and he said, well, I want to go right away.
So as Eric's just said, they do have the option to have dropped 6 places for a technical problem, but they've not chosen to take that option. So this will be their measured pull now at the second bite of the cherry. So can he get it away from the line? Will that little bit of rubble of mud cause any trouble as he goes over the top of it? We get 2 green flags. We're about to find out. Here we go. Ah, no, it still won't run. So that unfortunately will be the measured distance for the dingo.
That's really too bad, because there are pulls, a lot of pulls in the Euro Cup. Last year's they can do with the very best. They can do 1, 2, 3. With this special engine, this Mercedes engine V10, with the turbos on it, the 4 turbos on it, and they're very special to build such a thing. It's never built in the world. There is no second.
So a distance of 12 meters and 67 centimeters. Disappointing distance of 12 meters, 67 for the dingo. So those of you at home on the stream will notice we're all sort of jigging and dancing about, if you can see us. It's because we're trying to keep warm. It's a little bit nesh, isn't it? It's a little bit fresh. So we're all just having a little dance. So give the team from Denmark a round of applause. Even if you're at home, give them a clap. Come on. And as I said, last 2 weekends ago, this team consists of 4 brothers, and none of them are under the age of 70. They're all 70 plus years old, these guys, still touring around Europe, still putting on a show for us in the Euro Cup. So 1 left to run in the Euro Cup, and then we have a demo run of the Herbie from the Netherlands, who's not in the Euro Cup but has come over to compete with us. We like the Herbie machine. They often come over and pull in the UK. So 1 more in the Euro Cup, which will be the Mad Max.
And even though give Finn Larsen a big hand, because the brothers need it right now, don't know where to find the problem with the engine. That's a few pulls in it now, and they have to find it, of course.
Yeah, they had similar sort of problems in Germany 2 weekends ago. It went a little further down the track, but they still struggled working out what the problem is. But those guys are not strangers to tractor pulling. They've been doing it an awful long time. And if there's anybody we believe that could sort it out, it'll be that team.
We throw the engine off, Finn says.
Throw it off.
They did that before, but that was on the track. That was not the way it would go. Oh, a long trip here to Scorton for them. But just a few meters. And one more competitor, as you told, he had bad luck in Vuchthof. But he repaired it, missed one pull in
Denmark.
Yeah, in the Netherlands too, because he had too much work on the engine, too much work on the electricity. But now he's back again. That Mad Max.
Yeah. Yeah, they had a real rough ride in Germany. We thought it was something other. We just thought a head gasket or something simple. There wasn't a lot of oil and flames. But yeah, and then we saw on social media they missed 2 pulls to get it fixed and ready. So this will be the first time they've run again since they've completely rebuilt the engine.
That's it.
And as we said at home, as we said before even, this is the last one in the Euro Cup to compete. Then we will see Herbie at the end, and then we'll move straight on to the pull-off. Now, as I said a little earlier, Rocket Science looks like they're not coming back. I think Jack said if they find any metal in the oil after they've checked the filter, they would not come back. And we've heard from head track marshal Mario that Rocket Science says it's not coming back. So we're putting 2 and 2 together and thinking that Jack and the team have found a problem with the engine, or at least in the filter. So our first one in the pull-off in a couple of tractors' time will be our own Aftermath Unleashed. But before we get to that, we've 2 more tractors to run. One in the Euro Cup and one not. So let's see what the Mad Max pull at the wheel.
For about the same engine as Rocket Science has in it, but a little lower into the frame, into the chassis. But they're...
So these are a Dutch truck DAF engine, yeah, Eric?
Truck engines, the DAF engines out of the XF series of DAF. But they're very into tractor pulling, this family, this Liefhoge family from Gijzegem in Belgium. So I see Arne in front of the tractor, and it will be Paul at the wheel. And here are the green flags. Here he comes.
So what can the Mad Max do? Can he get past the checkered flag and get himself in the pull-off? With the previous guys, we've got 2 green flags. We're about to find out here in Scorton. And he can get out the far end, passes that 100-meter mark, but had to work for his money. Let's watch the replay. He locks it up. There you go, powder, lots of grey smoke out the back, smoking the tyres, I think. And then as he comes towards the end and shuts off there, that was just a little pop out the front, just as he shut off. But still a full pull confirmed.
I'm not really sure that everything is okay. Arne thinks everything is okay, yeah.
Yeah, Eric, just towards the end, it had a little bit of a something, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was some oil, and halfway we saw a lot of smoke coming out.
I don't know if it was the tyres smoking. Sometimes they can smoke some tyres, but...
Yeah, he had to brake. But you're gonna ask him, Tom.
great to see you here at Great Eccleston. A nice run, lots of smoke coming from everywhere we saw, and lots of guys running around at the finish line. Everything okay with the tractor?
I think it's okay with the tractor, but I have to brake all the time. So he wants to go out of bounds on the left side, so I won't let him do him. And I was lucky, he was touching the ground about, I don't know, 85 meters, and it puts him back in track, and then I could go on full throttle.
Good. Well, we wish you luck in the pull-off. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Bye.
Cheers. Thank you, Paul. So there you go. Confirmed from Paul. Nothing wrong. The smoke was the brakes. He was hard on the brake all the way down.
If anyone has a little cold, please stand to this engine. It's very, very hot. Give him a big hand, Paul Liefhogen, on this Mad Max. And it's for the first time Euro Cup here at this event. But it's not the first time for the 2.5 ton for the light modifieds. And it's not the first time for this one, because you've seen him a few times. He likes to be here. He's out of my neighborhood. He's just a few clicks from my house, and they like to be here. The family Custermans with Mark Custermans behind the wheel of Herbie. And Herbie has a radial engine of 18 cylinders around. Just like it when you see it in a few moments. Here he comes.
Here we go.
He had to brake very early in the pull to keep it straight. But he has the new tires at the back. He's running now on the Mitas tires. And it took some weight from the front of the tractor to the back to run these tires. But he did very good. And it's a real nice sound of this marvelous engine.
Yes, so you're right, Eric. As you said, team have fitted new Mitas tyres. They're actually Daniel's old tyres.
Okay.
Yeah, new Mitas tyres on board. And he just needs a little bit more front end weight just to stop him coming up too high. Don't worry, you'll get there, Mark. Still learning those new tyres. Yeah. But as Eric said, though, that radial engine sounds nothing like anything else. And in the sport of pulling, it's got the power. So give Mark on the Herbie a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, still learning with the new tyres. That concludes the class. And we now move straight on into the pull-off. So we conclude the first round of pulling. Now we're going to move into the pull-off. So we'll just take this moment once again to thank all of our sponsors. This, of course, is the Alliance Euro Cup. Alliance are the headline sponsor for the Euro Cup Championship. And we thank them for their support. And, of course, the sponsors of today's event. You can see all of their banners and logos on the big screen and down the side of the track. Special thank you to John Bowens, who supplied the vouchers. You can see running up and down doing voucher duty.
And nice of you to give him a big hand, because they work very, very hard to keep this tractor on to the pulse. My customers, tomorrow he will be here again. So if I count right, we have a pull-off with 5 pullers. We had 6 full pulls, but rocket science will not be there.
Yep, that's right.
So 5 pullers into the pull-off and 3 are gonna be at the prize giving. So all anxious to show on the track that runs a little to the left-hand side for the most. So they're gonna choose that. Okay, we had 7 full pulls. Of course, Mad Max had 1, 2, so we have 6 into the pull-off. We have 6 into the pull-off. Thank you, Tom.
So yeah, in the pull-off we will see, first of all, it'll be Aftermath Unleashed, then we'll see the Green Monster Mitas Edition, then Gators, Black Power, Bandit, and Mad Max, in that order. That's the order we'll see them come. They always come back in the order they qualified, which happens to be the order of the class, but sometimes it's not. So it looks like Sledge Team are now ready. Some alterations have been done to make the sledge more difficult to pull. They're probably gonna top the box a bit sooner, drop the pan a bit sooner, maybe not. They're not giving away too many secrets. But the sledge has all sorts of tricks under its belt, shall we say, to stop the high horsepower machines. It's basically a weight transfer machine, ladies and gents, and the further you pull it, the more difficult it gets to pull. But the team can do all sorts. It's not just the weight traveling along the top of the sledge that affects how they stop the tractors. They can drop the push down, drop the push down. Yeah, I suppose that's right. Sooner or later, so the push down is pushing down sooner. So we've seen them stop rocket science just past that 100-meter mark. And then we made the sledge a little lighter. But it's time for the home man, the man that can. Mr. Daniel Whittingham at his home pull. He's going to set the distance that the other 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 will have to catch if they want to take the win away from him. Here at his home pull, currently stands in first place with 53 points, I believe, in the Euro Cup.
And you're a little quiet. Let me hear you for the Aftermath. Come on, come on. Yes, yes, he has to do it now, right now. He has to do it in the home ground. Come on. We like to see him over the 100-meter mark, of course. We like to have a good pull-off.
So are we ready, Scorton? Are we ready? Let's go! Let's go, buddy! Come on, Daniel, hit that loud pedal! Let's have you! Let's go!
One engine down. One engine down. One engine down, so with 2 engines it's too hard to run this gear, of course.
So a distance of 71.90. 71.90, and it looks like the Aftermath has got some damage. That top engine we saw as it went down the track. The buzzard catcher was shut. So quite a bit of damage, I think, to the Aftermath Unleashed. All I could see as he was going down the track was, I think it opened originally, the top engine flap opened originally. Yeah. And then the flap shut, the throttles, the flap shut, so that engine wasn't running. So disappointing at his home pull, but that'll be his measured distance. Still going to get some points here at Scorton. It's a long way to the end of the Euro Cup. It's not about winning every time. Remember last year Daniel stood on the podium many, many times. A first, a third, a second, a third, a second, and took the Euro Cup Championship home. But that'll be the measured distance that he's got.
Yep. The cable of one throttle was loose of the top engine, and then he was very lean on the top engine and he kicked the rod out of the side, so the last piston and the last rod came out of the side of the engine, totally broken.
So yeah, as my guess was correct. The throttle cable, the little cable that basically pulls the throttle open on the top engine, has come off, whether it's snapped off or broken off halfway down the track. So that top engine, again, if you watch the replay, but we can't see it now, the top engine stopped working, and as soon as the flap shut, then it caused damage to the... Here we go, let's watch the replay. Watch that top buzzer catcher. You watch there, look, it's shut. That top buzzer catcher shut only as soon as he locked into the track. That top buzzer catcher clicked shut, and the rest was basically non-comprendo. And as soon as that top one shut, there you go, there you go, bang. And as soon as it shut, engine comes down, tractor starts not locking in, and that's where the donkey died. And then unfortunately, because of that, we've had, as Mr. Armistead always said, we've got a leg out of bed, and there's a hole in the block.
So, we have a lot of damage to work on. They go off, but give them a big hand, and of course, for this marvelous pull they put up here.
And we were saying, Darren, who was my co-host in Germany last 2 weekends ago, was saying that the most difficult pull to win at is your home pull, isn't it?
That is, always. You don't know how much I hear that at my pull.
Yes. So 71.90. I don't think it's going to be good enough to take the win, but we don't know. This is Tractorpulling, where anything can happen between now and the finishing of the light modified class, but with some very strong tractors left to run. And the next strong one is the one that's currently stood joint points, that's the right word, isn't it? Yeah, joint points with Mr. Aftermath, 53 points. It's the green Monster Mittas edition. And if they can get past that checkered flag, they're going to take the lead away in the Euro Cup from Mr. Whittingham. And we're very low down at sea level here at Scorton. In the dark, in the close and clammy, thick air. And V12s love the nighttime air, the thicker air. They can run much harder. So let's see. Down the turn from Germany. Take the lead away from Mr. Whittingham.
So let's hear those fans of the V12 engines. Come on, but here they are on the track, especially for you.
So let's see what the Green Monster can do with the two Allisons on board. Can they take the lead away from Mr. Whittingham and set a good distance that the others will have to catch? Chain is tight. We're ready for action. Here we go. Euro Cup action here in Scorton. Oh, and a backfire. A backfire from the Green Monster. Let's watch the replay. Here we go. Locks into the trap, picks the nose up. Oh, yeah, and then all of a sudden, any second, bang, there you go. Little bit of a backfire. And that's where the donkey dies, and that's as far as he's going to get. Shuts down at 85 and 4. 85 meters and 4 centimeters.
I know. There's a lot of jobs.
What happened, sir?
I have no idea. So it was such a perfect pull.
Yeah, me and Eric were just saying it locked in. I didn't think you were touching the brakes a little.
I was touching the brakes twice, but then it goes straight, and I can feel it. It hooked in, and it goes forward, and then even if the push down from the sled was coming and the engine broke down, it seems to me like maybe some sensor issues. We will see. We will check the data, and then we will figure it out. But yeah, it could be better.
Yeah, it could be better, but Daniel's had some bad luck. You were both on 53 points, so you'll have a little bit more points, but there's still a lot of good tractors left to run.
Yeah, that's for sure. So we will see what happens.
Brilliant.
It's in the end of the season. That's important. You have to count every weekend. That's important.
Yeah, points are all that matter.
Yeah, that's what.
Disappointing, but we'll see you next time.
So, Monsters leaving the track, and give him a big hand. And the people, the V12 people have one other chance. And he's on the track right now, Patrick Hansen with his Gators.
And he had such a lovely run the first time, didn't he? And he even said he was going to turn the engines up a little bit, get a bit more horsepower. So he's got it all to do. We've had two of the top competitors not do great runs, to be honest with you. So he stands a good stead of standing on the podium.
Yes, 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 it is.
So here we go. Oh, and that's a disqualification, ladies and gentlemen. He touched the white line. I glanced over to Tom, the end flagman, and he showed the red flag while he was still in motion. So that indicates he touched the white line. And as we've said before on the stream, and as we've said before here at Scorton, any part of the sledge can touch the white line. It doesn't matter what happens with the sledge, but as soon as the tractor touches any part of the tractor touches a white line, that is instant disqualification. So we had big hopes for Patrick. He was doing the business, but he had to be hard on the brake, and obviously he just couldn't bring it back in.
Yeah, come on.
Too bad he took the right line here, and the people on this side saw he's not very happy with that, of course. And that was the third good started run. That was not good at the end.
On 2. Oh. So disappointing for Patrick. So disqualification. That puts him at the bottom of the pull-off. He doesn't get disqualified from the whole class. So he's basically like last place in the pull-off. So we bring on the next one from Denmark, and that's the Black Power.
And so we go off to Denmark again. We go to this 3 Chevy machine. The 3 new centuries, just like Daniel Whittingham.
Here we go. And as we watch the replay, 101 meters and 95 centimeters, 101.95.
Henrik Bang-Jensen, he's in the lead with this machine. Whoa!
So a really nice run from the Black Power team. He should have a little early, probably could have had another half a meter maybe, but he was worried about the white line, so shut off just a little sooner than perhaps he could have scratched out a little longer, but good enough to take the lead with 2 tractors left to run.
So, 3 Chevys in the lead here on this track. So they're filling home. Give him a big hand. Henrik Jensen, Paul Jensen over there. They're in the lead with this Black Power.
So very fast off the line, the Black Power. Hit the loud pedal, locked into the track, and got out the far end in good style. So 101.95, 101.95 for the Black Power. That's the distance to beat.
So we have to go the Bandit, then we have to go the Mad Max of the track. And who thinks Bandit will beat the Black Power? Who thinks Bandit will beat this flag? Let me hear.
Let's see what can happen. Is the twin Hemi going to upset the Chevy party?
Who thinks that Bandit stays behind the flag? I'm
so in green flag. Here we go. So a distance of 98.83, 98.83 for the Bandit. The Black Power team are here by side of track celebrating. Got a pen or not? Oh.
Black Power still in the lead. And those engines were roaring from the Bandit from the starting line. So I thought he's gonna take him.
Yeah, me too, Eric. I thought, you know, he was locked into the track doing the business. And I thought maybe, just maybe, he's going to pass this checkered flag. But not quite enough, good enough to put him in second place at the moment. Excitement.
The trucks, are we just one hitting them, or what do you want to do?
I was going to wait and see what time I was going to do. Trucks out the end, then mods, then truck pull off.
Okay, yeah,
what I
that's
was
fine.
going to do.
Yeah.
What time has it got to?
9 o'clock.
Oh, no, we're not. You can stay if you like.
What?
You can stay if you want.
Yeah, yeah. Stay. No problem.
It's cold. I thought you were going to do it. I thought you were going to do it. It's competition. Yeah,
Yeah, it's competition. It has to be stable with it. It is, for now, a second place. And it's for sure a podium for the Bandit. But most of us expected he could go a little further. So, Hank, and I think he can hear us, please come back for the prize giving in a few moments.
Now you know we're not doing the live stream as well.
yeah, we're on the live, yeah. Oh, definitely. So as Eric said, there's one more left to run in the Euro Cup, and that is the Mad Max. Our only competitor from Belgium to join us here this weekend. Our only competitor from Belgium to be in the Euro Cup, well, in the light modified Euro Cup.
Yeah, tomorrow we have one other. We have the Diesel Ross
From
in the Pro Stocks.
In the Pro Stocks, yep.
Yeah. So, from a small country.
More sun tomorrow, yes, Mario. Mario's cold, everybody. So can the DAF-powered Mad Max upset the party for the triple Chevys? We were hoping to see some triple Chevys on the podium. We're going to see some triple Chevys on the podium. But can the Mad Max get anywhere near this checkered flag. 101 meters, 95 centimeters to catch if he wants to take the win tonight here in Scorton for the third round of the ETPC Alliance Euro Cup. Got it all to do. Last tractor in the Euro Cup. So here we go. And it's not far enough to trouble the flag. Probably going to put him in third place, but we'll wait for the measuring tower to confirm. As we watch the replay, just had to fight with the independent brakes. 92 meters, 68 centimeters, 92.68. And as we suspected, yeah, that's good enough for third place.
92.68.
So can I get for presentation, please? Henrik Jensen, Hank Koopman and Paul from the Mad Max. Down this far end for presentation, please.
We're going to change drivers here so we can do the prize giving right away.
Yeah, perfect. So we need Henk Koopman and Henrik Jensen, please, down this far end for presentation, please.
There's Henrik Jensen coming. Henk Koopman, graag ook hier deze kant op. Dan kunnen we de prijzen uitreiken. Zoal in Dutch. There he comes.
Tell the Dutchman in Dutch to come. That sounds like a good idea, Eric. So those at home watching on the stream, we're going to keep the stream going. We've got a couple of BTPA classes. We're going to run some trucks, and then we're going to run the modified, 2 modified demo runs to finish the night off. So if you're watching us on the stream, this isn't going to be the end. We're going to carry on streaming the truck class, the BTPA truck class, and then we've got a couple of modified demo runs to finish the evening off. Probably around 40, 45 minutes of pulling left to go, but that does conclude the ETPC part of the pulling once we've done the prize giving. But don't forget, follow us on the socials, give us a like, all that jazz. We'd love you to do that. Thank you.
And you still can give Arne Liefhoog a big hand if he comes by. And we have all competitors here around. If we have the Kismis, we can go on with the prize giving.
Yeah, come on. Come on. the film, it's fine. You're not on the minute anyway. So he was busy with the truck pullers.
That was close.
So as I said, if you're watching on the stream, thank you for joining us. We are going to carry on with some BTPA classes after. We're just waiting for presentation for this light modified class we've just seen. And here we go. We're about ready to go now when we get... So we'll present the prizes for the third round of the light modified Euro Cup, sponsored locally by Preston Painters, but of course nationally sponsored by Alliance. Finishing in third place, 92 meters, 68 centimeters, the Mad Max. Well done, Paul.
Mad Max Paul Liefhogen, third place in Euro Cup.
And finishing in second place, 98 meters, 83 centimeters, just missing out on the top step today, Hank Koeman on the Ural Bandit.
En de tweede plaats gaat naar Putten. Waar zijn die mensen uit Putten?
And making an amazing return back to the Euro Cup Championship. Here we go, 101 meters, 95 centimeters. It's the Black Power.
Hendrik Berg Jensen on the first place, so it's going to Denmark.
So give your winners of the light modified here today a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. A man from Denmark, a man from the Netherlands, and a man from Belgium. That's what Euro Cup tractor pulling's all about. Well done, everybody.
Let me hear you once again for the beep, 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 beep. Thank you. And then it's time for the big trucks. The big trucks in front of the sledge. And we started off with Grey Vipant with the Tweety.
Tomorrow.
Just good to know, but it's
Yeah.
just perfect.
Now BTPA officials take over the track. ETPC is ready for now. They're coming back tomorrow to do the Pro Stock Euro Cup tomorrow here in the afternoon.
So yeah, as Eric said, we've now switched back to BTPA pulling. The Euro Cup guy, ETPC, have gone to have a coffee somewhere. And this is our first truck puller.
Normally they do some beers, but maybe with this temperatures, they're gonna get a coffee.
Eric, there's always good weather for beer.
And that's it. There's always a five in the clock, eh?
5 o'clock somewhere. Now this is a brand new truck here to the UK. We've not seen it run before. It's an old Dutch truck. Eric, have you seen this one before?
Yep, I've seen it before, but now it's as a Tweety truck.
It's called the Tweety, yes.
Yeah.
So it's running in a slightly different class. We only really have one class, which is the Super Sport truck class over here in the UK. But this tractor, when it competed in the Netherlands, competed in the sports truck class, which is a slightly smaller class, should we say, not quite as much horsepower, slightly different rules, but they're running in this class together with the Super Sport trucks. So a little bit under horsepower, perhaps, a little bit not quite as top-notch as the other machines, but we're trying to encourage this truck class to grow, get more of them. So here he is.
Yes, here he is, and I've seen them in Boerdonk already, for once in the Netherlands, that they run with this truck and with some other, but they're doing good.
Yep. So we just get them hooked up to the sledge. And then, like we say, we're going to have a few truck pullers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 truck pullers, and then a couple of modifieds, and then that'll be beer o'clock for me and Eric.
Yep, that's it. That's it. Or maybe an ice cream. You never know.
Yeah, maybe an ice cream. So we get 2 green flags, or light buttons now we've gone to because it's gone dark down the track. Or Harry Walton is at the wheel of the Tweety.
Pulling a heavy sledge.
Well, yeah, we want a heavy sledge setting for this tractor. Trucks, puller. The other truck should be a little bit more further down the track.
Take too much time because otherwise all the audience is.
They all have gone cold now. And they've seen the modified, so let's go home.
It out, whatever. And I said, well, but they're aware of it.
And very nice of you. Give him a hand. Very nice of you.
Carry on with it. Obviously, somebody who's
Yeah.
and I think that there's also
Well, yeah, that's why we sort of stuck doing trucks.
yeah, the fucking noise. Yeah, that noise. Going to be done by about 10, aren't we?
Yeah, what time is it now?
9, 45
Yeah,
minutes,
we
40
should be
minutes.
done.
You just
Got
one hit.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trucks.
That's it. One hitting.
Yeah, bang, bang, bang.
I said it'll be about 10 o'clock. Craig's aware of it, so the promoter's aware of it.
That bit's not our monkey, not ours, is it?
Yeah.
He struggled, not he struggled. 2, 2. 1, 2. So it's time for the next one. And the Brutus Thunder truck. Stephen Charles at the wheel. Another new truck puller that Mr. Charles has imported from the Netherlands. This time it's a Volvo. He's had a few Scanias brought over, but he's a Volvo man at heart, is Steve. So he saw a Volvo for sale and decided he was going to have it, get it bought. So let's see what he can do. So and that's far enough for him. The new machine not just running to its full potential. Two. So a distance of 39.87. Disappointing there for the new machine, but Mr. Charles will do some work under the bonnet and he'll get it running better. I know he will.
The Charles and Brutus tractor pulling team, but a problem with the clutch of this truck.
So the next one is the Wicked Bull, our local truck. This one just lives a few miles up the road, very near out Rawcliffe, near the Great Eccleston track does this truck live. Stuart Mayer at the wheel. So let's see what the Wicked Bull can do. Stuart Mayer at the wheel. Had some decent runs with this machine, but had some very steep learning curve, shall we say, with it. So we get him hooked up to the sledge. It does take a little longer to get the trucks hooked up as they're on a double chain. So there are two chains, a normal sledge chain, and then they hook another one on. He's going to need to fill it with fuel again if he's not careful. Come on, what are we playing at? It's cold stood down this end. I haven't got my bobble hat on.
He's backing up again.
So it looks like the Wicked Bull's got some sledge connection issues, is the word we're using. They couldn't get the hook in at first, and then when they got the hook in, the kill switch, they must have done some alterations to the back end of the Wicked Bull, and when they tried to put the kill switch in, it won't just connect properly. So we've had to drag him out of the way and bring on the next one.
It's going to be the Thirsty Turtle.
Yes, you're right, Eric. It's time for the Thirsty Turtle. You'll have seen this truck pull in the Netherlands a few times. It's
Yeah, a few times already.
been to indoor putting. And Duncan and the team have constantly been involved in this truck puller. Started off as a home-built machine, took lots of advice from many of the Dutch truck pulling teams, and have slowly but surely managed to get it going further and further down the track every time they hook to the sledge. So let's see if Duncan can get it away from the line. We've seen them two quite disappointing runs, and then we've seen somebody not be able to connect to the sledge. So we're waiting now to see a good truck run down this track. Oh my gosh, it's cold. So green flights, and we're ready to go. Here we go, 2 green flags. Let's see what the old Iveco can do. Here we go. Come on, Doug, hit the loud pedal. And the turbo starts to cough, and Duncan shuts off. Oh, way up, we're having a rock and roll barn dance. Do my edit. So disappointing for Duncan there. And a distance of 38-35 for Duncan on the Thirsty Turtle. So we bring on the next one. Again, an old Dutch pulling truck. It used to be owned by the De Hoos family. Am I saying that right, Eric? He just turned his mic off. And was called the TAVR, something like that.
It's the old tax car truck from Holland.
Yeah.
So
Again, this truck was imported by Mr. Stephen Charles. He ran it for a little while. Then it's changed ownership twice again. And now new owner Gary. This will be his, probably, I think it could be his first run on this truck puller since he's purchased it. So from the same team that owned the Tweety truck, this is now in the same team. Great, fabulous. Right, come on. Right, come on, can we see a good truck run down this track before we finish to go home? Like I said, this will be the first time this man's driven this tractor, I think. This truck puller, should I say. So we wait to just get him all connected up. So like I say, we just take a minute to get him all connected up. Michael's there G'ing them up. Come on, lads. Wind's blowing. It's gone cold and it's beer o'clock. Hurry up. So can we see the yellow V8 Scania? Oh no, red flag, that's it. We're ready, here we go. 2 green flags down the track. Let's see what he can do. Oh, he's away, look, he does! And drags him down. Good strong run for the truck. Oh, good strong run for the new yellow Viper machine. We need a tow back tractor, please. Tow back tractor. Make your mind up, lads. So we get this yellow Viper out the way. And then we've 2 more trucks to run. And then we've some 3 B-class minis, a couple of modifieds, and then it's home time. So like I say, 2 tractors left to run. We get 2 green flags. We're ready to go. And shuts him down. That's far enough for the Wicked Bull. So it's time for the sledgehammer. And doesn't look like he can get it away in good fashion. So again, the yellow flag rule comes into force and we can tow him back and let him have a second bite of the cherry. All right, looks like it still won't go. That'll be second and final attempt. So that's disappointing for the sledgehammer. So that concludes the truck class. We've just got three B class minis and then 2 modifieds, and then we'll be done pulling for this evening. So folks, unfortunately the mini sledge's computer system has decided to pull the kill switch, and that's about a 20 to 30 minute job to work out why that's happened and rectify it. So that's the end of the B-Class Minis. So we've 3 things to run now. We're going to have Kit, we're going to have Snoopy 3, and then Duncan Clitheroe is going to come right at the very end to do a test run. He's cut his tyres and needs to be in a different gear. So we're going to finish on some high horsepower modifieds with the Snoopy 3. 2 V12 Griffins are heading your way. So we've got the Kit, which is a Transmarsh, and the 2 V12 Griffins. And then we'll finish with Duncan just having a final snatch at the sledge before we finish. So 3 left to go. So bring on the first one.
How long was an early say for us to go? So I think this would probably be turned down a bit now. Might not be contact. Yeah, now.
So we've got Duncan Clitheroe first. Then I think we'll see 2 modifieds run. Then that'll be it for the night. So here we go. We give Duncan his second bite of the cherry. He's going to try a different gear this time. And then, like I say, we've got Kit and Snoopy to run. And then that'll end the pulling for tonight. A bit better than his first run, but still not doing as it should. Okay, we'll have the next one whenever you're ready. So 2 more left to run tonight, ladies and gentlemen, just 2 more left. That'll be the kit, and then we'll see Snoopy 3. I'm not sure which order they'll be in. So here we go. Like I said, 2 tractors left to run. This is the first one, which is the kit. We've seen one with a Transmarsh earlier on in the light mods. This is one in the modified class running on diesel fuel. Oh, that's far enough for him.
You building that extension, the sun is to come across here.
So the kit just managing 40 metres and 34 centimetres, and we're going to finish the evening on another V12 show. We saw the V12s in the light modifieds. Now we're just going to see the last V12, twin V12 of Griffins now running on the Snoopy 3. This will be the last pull of the night. So last run of the night, the Griffins are going to tear up the 10 o'clock air. Come on, Josh Whittingham, let's have a show for the last one of the night. Here we go. So that concludes pulling, but can I please ask a favour for all the track staff? We're going to put the sheet on. Can I ask a favour for the track staff just to hang fire for 5 more minutes? We'll put the sheet on and then we can drink beer.